So today we're just going to be doing the webcomic. Last time that we did art, I was getting burned out with this thing because I'd been working on it every day when we're doing the art streams. So that's why I was drawing Renamon on Wednesday. But this morning we're getting back on working with the Forester, and we're gonna be basically fridging the parents. If you're unfamiliar with what the term what fridging means, it's basically when a writer kills off a character just for the sake of motivating another character. It goes back to I believe it was a film. I'm not certain which one, but basically, it's a man who has a dead wife. His wife died, and it's motivating him to seek out her killer, I think is how it goes. And how this wife was unfortunately handled when she was killed. She was stuffed in a fridge in this story, and her only purpose was to die and to motivate the main character to go through his journey. And I make that joke about the parents here, but this isn't really what their motivation is. The motivation of the main characters is to become the next Forester. I guess you could say it's not the death itself that motivates the characters. The death is what makes them separate, and what makes them have animosity towards one another. We'll be exploring that as the comic goes on. I have a couple of scenes written to show why that death is so significant to Arden and Kira. And I'm excited to get to that point. Also, I've been working on making my channel more inviting and allowing people to see more about what I'm about. I'm going to be editing a channel trailer today. I'm going to be putting together a bunch of clips from different streams that I've done. I think mostly from my gaming stream, because the art stream is great and all. I think that more people are interested in seeing what my personality is like when I'm gaming. That's the primary way to get to know me. I can showcase my own personality the most there. Because when I'm drawing, I get really locked in and focused on what I'm doing, which doesn't make for the greatest of conversations. I'm hoping that the art will help kind of speak for itself, and people will be more interested in watching me do that. Just gonna put a quick notification on Bluesky that I'm live. That's a no-no. I should have done this. I should have done a social media post before going completely live. I just kind of forgot until the last minute. It's only a quick post, so not like it's gonna take forever to do. In the meantime, while I'm doing that, we can basically have this be categorized as just chatting. think Vivi's theme is one of the most recognizable Final Fantasy themes. Well, not only his, but the entirety of the Black Mages in Final Fantasy IX. That'd be something fun to stream as well. So when I stream games, it's usually Final Fantasy. Then again, I've only been streaming gaming for only about a week. It's only been Final Fantasy VIII. I figured that would be a good start to the gaming streams, and I'm going to be presenting myself as a retro gamer, kind of a retro gamer, playing Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, and some other retro games. I do want to play some Sonic Spinball. It's funny, I found that it's maybe not people's favorite Sonic game. I think that it's sort of made fun of. It was actually I feel like that's my first video game ever was Sonic Spinball. It was that and Earthworm Jim. I played Sonic Spinball on the Genesis back in the day. I have a Sega Genesis right now, actually, with a cartridge of both Sonic Spinball and Earthworm Jim. One thing I'm kind of upset about, though, is that the development team of Earthworm Jim is apparently really problematic. So, like, the guy who did the music for it, you might know him. His name is Tommy Tallarico, and he is an unfortunate figure because he ran a grift of I think it was a Kickstarter campaign, because he was he has the rights to the in-television gaming system, and he was basically scamming people out of money for making a modern, or trying to make a modern update to the in-television, and to bring that system to like modern audiences. That's kind of close to me, because my dad, his first game system was an Intellivision on back in the late 70s, early 80s. And he was really excited for that, for the prospect of having an updated, more modern Intellivision. But Tommy Tallarico just took people's money and never delivered on that promise. The other thing is he personally takes credit for the Roblox oof sound. You know, the oof. I can't really mimic that one very well. And yeah, he personally takes credit for it, right, when it was his studio that did it, and specifically another guy in there. The other thing that is unfortunate about him is he likes to he really likes to boast about his Guinness World Records when they're not really that impressive. So Guinness World Records are cool, but the thing about those is you can more or less invent your own records. And he did that, and he likes to boast about them all the time. And the unfortunate thing is he also has a pretty popular video games concert that does video game music, and I remember going to one of those before I learned about his his integrity and his character. It was a good show. I loved it, and it came through my hometown here just this year, and I was like, well, that's unfortunate. I would have loved to have gone if he wasn't so sleazy. And then learning about other developers in the that worked on Earthworm Jim, they a bunch of them have like problematic politics and all sorts of things like that. So it's one of those things where I have to separate the art from the artist. It's such an integral part of my own like personal life, and like it's not like I'm giving them any more money, because when you purchase a copy of Earthworm Jim these days, it's from a private seller. It's not like they're going to get any sort of money out of that. Well, on to other topics. Sonic Spinball. I want to eventually stream that, and I'm thinking of a fun stream to do for that, where it's normally a really short game. I can beat the game in about an hour. But the interesting thing that I want to put in there is for every time someone follows me, then I restart the game. And I figured that would be an interesting game to do, to build up more of a following on Twitch. I'm trying to think of other fun things to do with Final Fantasy games, and what it's coming down to is playing the games differently than I normally do. Like with Final Fantasy VIII, I've changed my gameplay style, where so what I would usually do is I would just have everyone do straight up strength builds, because it's fun, it's fast, it's efficient, and then limit breaks in Final Fantasy VIII are generally linked to the strength of the character. But what I'm doing instead now is I'm still having one character do the strength build. I'm having Squall do physical attacks and focus on that, while I'm having then the other two characters, one of them is the support caster and summoner, and then the other party member is the straight up magic caster, because there are animations with the spells and with the summons that I think are really awesome, but they don't get showcased if you just have characters attacking all the time. All right. I'm gonna start off with, let's see here. I brought up my comic page. We did the line art on one page last time, and what I realized when I was making this page is that I had never designed parents of the siblings, and how I'm basing this. So my main style is based off of the Disgaea game series, and I pulled up a reference of the character Fenric, because I use his character design as a base for the really masculine characters. Because, he has that very square jawline, and that's mainly why. Because when you're drawing characters, the big difference with how to make a character masculine is square jaw, bigger eyebrows, smaller eyes. That's the general principles behind drawing a male character. The other thing is like broad shoulders, smaller hips. If you want to talk about the proportions on the body. Female characters, on the other hand, have smaller eyebrows, bigger eyes, smaller noses, rounder jawlines, and their hips are larger. Oh, yeah, I need to skip this song. I also need to remove it from my remove it from my playlist because the YouTube copyright decided to flag it. All right, let's do that real fast. Where is it? There we go. Just gotta make sure. I want to make sure that I have a playlist that's in line with my interests, but also it doesn't flag any copyright issues. Just a lot to think about as a streamer. Okay, looks like we got a low angle shot from above. All right, I need to open up the last page. Recent. We are on 15.3. Let's open up 15. Oh, looks like I don't have that in the recently opened things. Just need to open this up so that way I have a reference to the background that I had drawn last time. Well, I mean, not last time, but the background that I had drawn in a previous panel. And I use this to pull colors from. Let's see, Forester backgrounds. There we go. Gonna add a useful tool in Clip Studio is the color sets, which is this little tool over here. So window. If you do window color set, I don't know why the capture on OBS doesn't pick up the menus that I'm pulling up, but well, I did do window capture for Clip Studio. I didn't want to have my desktop accidentally put on stream. Anyway, if you go up here to window at the very window at the very top in the menus, and you scroll down to color set, it pulls up this thing, and you'll get a bunch of it'll probably start off with default color set. But what you can do is you're able to add your own color sets by clicking the button that's on the right that says add color set. And I've done that for my comic here, so that way I can keep the colors as consistent as possible. I also have a starter colors color set, and what that is for is it has the basics. It has just a couple of tones of white through gray, but then it also has down at the bottom the colors that I use for the multiply layers, which is for shading, and for the highlights, layers. So that way I'm pretty consistent with those. Doesn't mean that I don't shift the colors around a bit whenever I'm painting. But this allows me to at least have a a starting palette for anything that I decide to draw. Anyway, let's get back to Forester BG. There we go. And I think that I don't have a color for the ground. I think that's what all these are. So we got ourselves the brown here. Then we got I'll add it. I believe these are tree colors or sky colors. I tried to organize them according to according to how bright the colors are. I'm trying to avoid using really technical jargon. What I want to do out of these streams, and what I want to do out of my content in general, is to help people be able to consume stories and artwork in a more informed way. Because I feel like when you understand how, for example, if you understand how story structure works, you're, for me at least, it increases my enjoyment of a story. Like it increases my enjoyment of an anime or a movie, because I know how it was written and things like that. Okay, let's take a look. I might have to pull up my reference of the dragging of the characters. No, actually, it's fine. Oh, forgot to make it black. There we go. a difficult thing because I have to decide how much detail I want to put on these characters, and it's only going to be, since it's way zoomed out, I don't need to put a lot. The most detail is on the close-ups. And since we're so far out, we don't have to do a lot of detail. Okay, I'm gonna start over. Alright, we got the rough sketch down. Now we're gonna put ourselves into a bit of a tie-down sketch. And what tie-down means, it just, well, it's basically self-explanatory. You're tying down what the final drawing is going to look like. You don't need to draw that. Gosh, I have to keep going back up here and looking at the what I did for the father figure. Let's do that. All right, I'm gonna be taking a break, and I'll stretch out and get some get some water and all that. I'll be right back. Moomba. Wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. We can get haste from this guy. Did I not... Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just have to deal with it. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody, and sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. I hope I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. Then we got Zell. Whoa. Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no. I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. Wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. We can get haste from this guy. Did I not... Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just have to deal with it. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're
robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody, and sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. Nope, I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. And we got Zell. Whoa. Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no. I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba.
What? I'm back. I'm getting pretty excited because I'm going to be able to add more shorts to that that little reel that I put on during breaks. All right, we're slowly but steadily working on this page, and what we're going to be working on now is we need to get the background sketched in. Let's see, I was looking at this because I wanted to just remember what the background was there. So we got the little path, and then we got on either side we got the grass. So I think what I'll do is I'll put a path down. A path, a path, a path. Yes, I put a little shrubbery above the other one, with a little path on the middle. Alright, get the perspective reference there. Let's turn off the colorize for a moment. Alright, we're gonna just do a basic. Yeah. Putting some shapes down so that way the ground isn't just one block of color, just to break things up a bit. And then we'll do like other details as we do the line art. Let's get the line art started. It's a bit big. Let's do 10. Okay. Because we're so far away from all the characters, we just do a minimum amount of detail. We don't need to put too much effort into line art and everything. We need to at least make it clean, but we don't want to spend way too much time on it. Drop my pen. I think to myself that I want these art streams to become popular, but it's only going to become popular if if people enjoy reading the comic. And so right now, I understand that I'm probably by myself. I'm still going to stream everything, because what it does is it helps me to practice entertaining people, like especially with talking to chat, talking to myself, getting these topics to talk about with people. Helps me become a better streamer when I'm practicing like this. Though with art, it's difficult to talk and draw at the same time. Though I think that the better times to talk are when I'm doing line art, because line art I don't really have to make any creative decisions other than like line thickness. Sort of also don't have to think much when I'm doing when I'm rendering and such. Friends are talking about different memes of being an adult. So there's one that's a favorite of mine. It's also a favorite of my brother's, where someone mentions, "I'm gonna do the adult thing and buy an entire cake, buy and eat an entire cake." And then there's just a second later, update: there is more cake than I expected. Update a few hours later: now I see why my parents wouldn't allow me to do this. And isn't that a mood with being an adult? There's just lots of actually, this is a good idea. I think I can, yeah, I'll texture his the cape. Well, not the cape, it's the collar. Anyway, but yeah, that's a mood for being an adult. You just decide to do something that your parents wouldn't allow you to do, and then you do it. And you're like, oh, that's why they would never allow me to do that thing. I'm not sure if I can remember any specific instances from my life, but that's a thing to think about. I don't know, for you, chat, do you have anything that's like your parents told you not to do, that when you were out on your own, you decided to do it, and then you learned a valuable lesson? I always find the low detailed drawings to be kind of humorous. All we're doing is just implying detail. We're not putting a whole lot of effort into it because it's far away. We don't need to see everything. People are probably only going to look at this panel for a few seconds before they move on to the next one. Actually, granted, they will do that for the majority of the comic. How many of you decide to, when you're reading a comic, to just stop and appreciate the art? And I'm not talking about like on a big old splash panel, like one of the big ones with the most detail. Have you ever like stopped and wanted to appreciate the artwork on like a not so important panel? Like maybe it was there for a bit of throwaway dialogue or a slight bit of exposition or whatever. 2, 3, 4. Becoming an artist, well, being a comic artist suddenly makes me want to pay attention to those sort of things. I want to work on some emotes for this channel. I don't have any sort of inside jokes with my followers yet, but doesn't mean I can't try and start something. I mean, I can do the basics. I could just put together some emotes for like laughing, some emotes for cringe and whatnot.
Mama's going to make the world a safer place.
Just make sure that we got all of him drawn.
A normal girl would have felt something from those words.
I'm sort of reminded right now of in Final Fantasy XIV, the Mikoti children that are in it. They always have giant ears, and they're just super adorable. I'm just thinking about that here with younger Kira. The ears that I've drawn right here are enormous in comparison to her later. But I mean, I put large ears on these characters anyway. Being so zoomed in to do the line art for this makes it feel like pixel art, doesn't it?
I said I'd keep the world safe, and I will. Friend.
Thank you.
Alright, almost done with Kira there. Now we get to go back and draw Arden and the mother, which I did only like bare basics with them. I'm just fixing things as I'm going along with. Don't have a design for their parents because I wasn't intending on putting them in the story originally. But now that when I did some recent rewrites this year, that kind of made it necessary to put them in the frame. So, in my next story, for my graphic novel, when I take more care to design more of the characters and at least have, even like side characters and characters that only appear for a short period of time, I'm gonna make sure I have a design ready for them. Because if I'm gonna have a book deal for it, I might as well have the whole thing mapped out. The plan for that graphic novel. Thankfully, when you pitch graphic novels to literary agents, and when they send it off to the publishing houses for approval, or for to get a book deal, you don't have to have the whole thing drawn. You don't even have to have, as I understand it, you don't even have to have the whole thing written. So what you need to put together is kind of like what you would do with a animation studio. You would put together a pitch Bible. And this pitch Bible is I'm gonna have the main characters designed. I'm gonna have like 3 or 4 environment concepts drawn out. Now, whether or not that's gonna be like a big old illustration or something, or if it's just gonna be like isometric concepts, I'll have to decide on that. I think I have an art mentor. He mainly specializes in like the lifestyle of an artist, not necessarily the skills of an artist. But I'll talk with him about what I could do for that pitch Bible with the environments. So yeah, we'll get the main characters drawn. We'll have a few environments drawn out as well. And then I'm gonna have a 10 to 20 page pilot put together. What that pilot will have is it'll show agents what the tone of the story is going to be like, and give them an idea of where the story is going. And of course, what I'll also have is the story completely mapped out, the major story beats prepared, so I can run through the entirety of the story with a agent and with a publishing house to show that I've put in the work. This all is going to be put together along with showing them this comic to do what my mentor refers to as the thud factor, which is when you take it's like you take a big old block of work that you've done and you drop it on the desk of an editor, or drop it on the desk of an employer, and it makes a big old thud. This is like proof that I can do what I say I can do, and this is me showing you that you can trust me with a project. So we're gonna have the Forester, this comic finished, and then we'll have this pitch Bible ready to send off to agents to show. So the Forester will be finished to show the agent that I can take a project forward all the way to completion. And then the pitch Bible is the new story, the one that I want to pitch to the publishing houses, with the option of being able to redo the Forester as well as a story. And with those combined, those should allow me to get a book deal. And I'm streaming my art process just to show my progression towards that. And it's my hope that I can inspire some other artists out there, inspire anybody to do their own creative projects, whether if it's for their own careers, or if they want to do it just to have something creative to do. Then that's what I hope to inspire. And also I want to show them that your skills don't need to be amazing for you to be creative. You don't have to you don't have to be the best artist or the best writer in order to have a project that you're making. And you don't have to have those skills to show other people your work. Like, for example, I'm looking at this panel right here, and I'm not exactly pleased with it. There are things that I feel like I could do better. It gives me an idea of things I can study to work on. The main things that I want to focus on from this is I want to get better at perspective, and I want to get better at form manipulation to better represent characters in different viewpoints rather than just the three-quarter view that you see in much of the other panels. I want to draw dynamic perspectives and dynamic shots of characters for different scenes, because it'll be interesting to the reader, and it'll also be difficult, so it will force me to build up my own skill set. All right, let's get a basic background put in. We don't need to be too detailed with it. We already have our establishing shot here, which has a lot of detail, well, relatively speaking. And we can, from that, just draw the basic ground of the scene. So I'll take this folder and we'll rename it background. There are some other ideas that I have for the for better streams. For example, I'm probably gonna resize the Clip Studio windows so that way I can put on like a slideshow of previous artwork I've done. I used to do that for when I was taking a break. But now I'm putting on the shorts that I edit together. I think that's a bit more exciting to watch for people popping into the stream. Like if they happen to pop in the stream during when I'm taking a break. Alright, let's put on a little bit heavier of a pen for this one. Right, let's get this background put in. And I need to make sure I change the reference layers. Because what I've done is I've set the paint bucket tool to fill in the reference layers rather than the current layer that's selected. Let's put these painted. Then I got this blue. I have like some form of a gray for the rocks. Alright, now I use the fill in everything. This tool is useful because it fills in gaps for me. The adjust line width tool. Let's put ourselves. Make the frame border be reference there. Okay, good. Yeah, I needed that sort of thing. Kind of like this running color spray tool to just dot everything and then put some noise down. Oh, that's a huge airbrush. Jeez. all we're doing is just adding texture to the ground. Because a straight up flat color is boring. Too saturated. Just gonna dot the row and such with things. Just gotta make sure we don't go too overboard with it, because one thing that happens in art is that when there's contrast, it equals attention. What that can be is like if you put a huge amount of detail in one spot and then less detail in another spot, the eye is immediately drawn toward the spot that has the most detail put onto it. So if we put too much detail on the background and not enough detail on the characters, then it makes it so the eye is drawn more to the background of the composition than it is to the foreground. We don't want that. We want to make sure that our characters have the spotlight. Like another example of this is as I put a lot of detail on the father's face and on him, so our eyes are immediately drawn to him over the rest of everybody because they have fewer detail and they're not drawn very accurately. The problem that I have with small drawings is it's difficult to ensure that I've selected every spot when I start to fill in the gaps. Them in the background. Now we gotta put some shadows in there to make sure that they are make sure that they exist on the environment. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Pushing all the wrong buttons right now. Color. I really colored and did everything in that panel before I did any of the other ones. Normally I want to try and do everything on like each step in one pass. So like do the sketch for every single panel in the same at the same time, then do the line art at the same time, and etc. Didn't realize that I actually did everything for this one panel at the same time. Well, anyway, I'm gonna take another break to stretch out my legs and everything. So stretch my hands and such. Got to keep up those. I gotta keep those maintained so I don't accidentally injure myself. You might not think it, but when you're sitting for many hours at a time and drawing, it can be really hard on your wrists and fingers, and also on your shoulders. Okay. Well, anyway, I'll be right back.
Wait, no, I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good! There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. I wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. We can get haste from this guy. Did I not? Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just deal with it. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody. Sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. Nope, I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. And we got zone. Whoa! Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no, I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself. Not bad. I just wanted to say, you're pretty good! I lost? You're not pretty good. There's like bullet marks all over the wall. There's the funny explanation for what's going on right there, and then there's a dark reason for it. I guess I'll leave you to decide which one's which. It's the mean guy. You know he's the mean guy because it says he's the mean guy. It's the mean guy again. Yo, who do you think you are? Yeah, you big meanie. Stop that. He's so mean. Yeah, because he's the mean guy. Didn't you read his name? Moomba. Wanted to head pat the Moomba, but I guess we could just phase through it. We can't just sit here. We have to think of a way to escape. Anyone got a plan? Well, we could skin this little guy and wear him as a disguise. Selfie. That is not the way to make a fursuit. Oh, hey, look. We can get haste from this guy. Did I not? Oh my gosh, I forgot to set her abilities again. We'll just have to deal with it. You know, I keep looking at that barricade that's between the stairs and the way up. What do? You win this game, I'll add something special to that thing for you, but I charge 3,000 gil per game. Yeah, let's play cards while we're escaping prison. Let's do it. Running in circles. Delete it with death. Or we can just knock it down. I'm not sure if we have the... Oh, I forgot to look in the other... I do. Yeah, we'll play cards. Okay, we win another one. Be happy, dude. We're making you rich, even though we're robbing you of your cards. Because, you know, a jailbreak should be profitable, right? Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm curious to see what happens when Quistis decides to use Quake on things. Where is it? Holy shit! Alright, finally we're advancing the plot. Sorry, Squall, we were downstairs playing cards with somebody, and sorry that you got tortured. Die. Way to go, Squall. That was awesome. Squall, that was so cool. Thanks, man. Well, what? Let go. I said let go. Did I go the wrong way? I might have. I hope I didn't go. Oh, I did go the wrong way. Then we got zones. Whoa. Did it remove everything from Zell? Why didn't it Wait, no. I'm dumb. I just did that. Sometimes I'm just a dumbass with myself.
Hello, everyone. Right, let's get to the next panel, which is this one. We get a big old close-up on the father's face. Okay. Gonna pull up an art reference that talks about that shows someone sleeping. Now here's the thing: when I do this search on this image board, when I type in sleeping, how long will it be before suddenly there's porn on it? Oh, yeah, immediately. Just type in sleeping and then you get that. So I'm using an image board. That's called Refburn. It was advertised as a well, it was brought to my attention from people who were saying that, oh, look, this image board here, you can get reference without all the AI generated images that are polluting Pinterest right now. But when I pull this up, there are occasionally some AI generated images pull through. All right, come on, sleep. Probably while I'm looking for stuff. Leave the leave the frame on, well, leave the viewer on the frame that was just finished, because people who are going through the Twitch feed for art don't want them to see that. I don't want their first impression to be what my thumbnail image looks like, because my thumbnails are meant to be, they're meant to be quick stick figure drawings to decide where the different how the panels are laid out. Yeah, that's a good enough reference. So I found one. I just wanted something that gives me a better idea of what this angle looks like on a character. There's a screenshot from Urusei Yatsura. Let's turn up the... There we go. Those marks there for a moment. Why isn't it working this time? I mean, it sort of is, but... I need to go to the page that I downloaded this material from to remember how to use it. Maybe it has to be a black and white. Yeah, that's very much like what it's supposed to be. Okay. Let's change the gradient a little bit more. Actually, we can do this non-destructively, I think. It's in its own folder. was hoping to be able to get through the creating process today, but it looks like we're gonna run out of time. Let's do as much as we can, though. There's a point where I have to ask myself, am I actually saving time by doing stuff, or by doing these folders? Multiply.
almost wonder if it'd be worth it to do work my way backwards. So what I mean by that is like we just cover the whole thing in shadow like this, and then we sort of carve out the light. It's called, some people call it light carving. Kind of works this way. Of course, we have to find all the seams now. My cat is being loud. Actually, with the eyes, I might just... This is one thing that I've got to work on, is a good workflow for eyes. I feel like I've stumbled over that one a whole bunch. So yeah, we develop a workflow sort of like that. But if we do that, I think it would be more beneficial to work with the lasso tool than it would be working the oh, what's it? To work in the lasso tool rather than using the mapping pen. This gives us like a clean cut of material. Oops. I should do that the other way. The light source come from the right hand side, so we should keep that consistent. Jeez. It looks so dramatic so far. Actually, we'll just do that whole thing. 2. Yeah, I guess I might actually just paint this in. I'm so used to the hotkeys anyway. I feel like that this is a bit easier than I was doing. And I mean, and at least this way we can also just, when we use the fill tool, we can just paint out the seams. Do a Rembrandt triangle just because I can. I think what's going on is my microphone is making my cat sound louder than he actually is being. It's quite sensitive. I mean, I got filters set up on OBS, so that way it's not, that way it doesn't pick up noise, just regular room noise here, like like fans from my PC or my Cintiq, and it also won't pick up the occasional banging around of objects. Now that one you probably heard. Yeah, this cat, I swear, this cat has been the most food motivated cat I've ever had. I feel like he's obsessed with it. If I just let him free feed, he would easily be an obese cat. And I don't want that. That's bad. It's very bad. So I give him set amounts of food at specific times of day. But when I go and give him food, he will just constantly mew, which is if he's lucky that I consider him adorable and cute, or else that would be a nuisance. Yeah, so far, so good. Let's quickly get some, find the top plane of her torso. Something like that. So far with his light carving, it makes it look like it's super dramatic, even though they're going to be lit up fine. Okay, well, so that's all I've got time for today. Just a bit of housekeeping. So tomorrow morning, I'm not going to be playing Final Fantasy VIII. I've got a session with my mentor tomorrow. There's a possibility that I will have the session have the stream later in the day, like sometime in the evening. Well, evening local time, I say. Just keep an eye on my Bluesky, and I'll keep y'all posted of when that's gonna be. And in terms of the next stream after that, that's gonna be on Monday morning. We'll once again be working on the Forester. I plan on putting out a channel trailer for my Twitch streams in the coming days. I think I'm going to be working on that as soon as I get off stream with y'all, and then we'll just kind of see how things go from there. All right. I hope that you had a good time today, and I will catch y'all later.